Today's Academy Live session will begin in 5 minutes. Hello, it's Thursday, February 18th, and welcome to this Academy Live session on Top 10 FDA Regulatory Violations. Thank you for joining. Today's Academy Live session will begin in 5 minutes. Hello, it's Thursday, February 18th, and welcome to this Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9. Hello, it's Thursday, February 18th, and welcome to this Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9. Thank you for joining us for today's Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9. Hello, and welcome to this Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9. Thank you for joining us for today's Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9.
Hi, Steve. I'm good. Yes. How are you doing? Hey. Can you hear me now? Okay, Steve. Yes. 1, 2. Hey, Steve, can you hear me now? I just had to turn the camera on low. I've got these lights on the desk. Are they too bright? Okay. Is that enough or a little bit more? How's that?
Good morning. I'm doing great. I'm sorry. I had to. I was having data problems. I had to reset my modem, but it looks like that's all. That's all I needed. I do, and that's what I'm using. Actually, you can.
All right. Am I going to mute? Am I muted now? Do you have a preference on, there's two settings here. There's this one, and then there's this one. Do you have a preference? Okay, so that's this one. Are you good with the camera placement? I adjusted the angle that you had it originally. Yeah. Better? All right. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm looking at. Yeah. Yep. And on this, yeah, okay. So preview and program is correct, right? So preview's on the left and then programs are live? All right. Yep. Got to give Grabio a lot of credit. Yeah, they are.
You know what? Maybe because of the headphones, I think it's what's causing that. Let me get rid of the headphones. How about now? I can hear you on the speakers for the output, and then the input, just go with Rollcat Juke. And yeah, but you know, when I tap it, I see it over here moving on the input level on my end, but for some reason it doesn't appear over here unless I have to do some settings on the screen of Gravio itself. Yep, yeah, that's where I'm at. Let me try it again. Input, I have Rollcat. See, I see it moving over here on my end when I tap the mic. Okay, how about now? Nothing? Nothing? Yeah, I'm not sure. You guys there? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mic. Maybe I didn't have it properly in. Yeah, it is all the way up. It is. Wonder if my batteries maybe an issue. Yeah, no, batteries are brand new. Wonder what's going on here. All right, I'll trying to figure out what time are we going live. It's 12:30 my time, right? Yeah. Oh, I got time to figure this out. Yes, sir. It does say technical services. Okay. Okay, Steve. I wonder what's going on over here on my end with this microphone. Let me unplug it. Let me double check that. I just changed the input. Okay, so let me see here. So I'm on system preferences and we're looking at input or output. Yeah, input, I have the ROCAT. Well, when we tested it, it was on the red, and that's where we were using it. That's on the green right there. But I think it was the red. We agreed, yeah, because I don't have any movement on the mic when I move it to the yellow. But when I have it on the red, it shows the activity on the input level. But I don't know why it doesn't. I mean, I can see the movement on the input level on a little screen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna disconnect and then connect back in, right? Okay, let me do that. Okay, Steve, how about that? Okay, yeah, that's what it was. It was the setting at the opening screen. Yep. All right. I don't know about that, but all right. Well, I'm ready. I'm just gonna take a final look at the content on my end. Just I was finalizing, taking some notes this morning, but I'm ready on my end. All righty. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Bye. See you soon, Chase. Take care, man. We'll see you in a bit.
Today's Academy Live session will begin in 5 minutes.
Bless you.
Today's Academy Live session will begin in 4 minutes. Today's Academy Live session will begin in 3 minutes. Today's Academy Live session will begin in 2 minutes. Today's Academy Live session will begin in 1 minute.
And Steve, is confirmation you're keeping me hot, right? I'm hot the whole time? All right.
Hello, and welcome to this Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's Academy Live session. We're thrilled to be here with you talking about all things SQF Edition 9. We're going to get into some great detail on all the different things that have changed in the SQF code in this latest update. With me on today's session, I am joined by Mr. Jeff Chilton, our Vice President of Consulting. Jeff has 23 years of consulting experience helping clients with complex regulatory issues as well as training needs. Jeff is a certified SQF auditor and SQF consultant. He is a certified lead instructor for basic and advanced HACCP, and he's a certified lead instructor for preventive controls for human food. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Chase, and welcome everyone. We're excited to have the opportunity to talk to you about helping you with the big changes ahead for SQF Edition 9.
Excellent. Also on today's call, we have Jorge Acosta. Jorge works with Jeff in our consulting world and is our Director of Technical Services. Jorge is a certified SQF and FSSC auditor, consultant, and trainer. He is an approved training provider for BRC on storage and distribution as well as food standards. He is a certified basic and advanced HACCP trainer and certified lead instructor for PCQI and FSVP. He also brings 20 plus years of consulting and auditing experience from around the globe across multiple food sectors. Welcome, Jorge. Well, excellent. Well, we have a great session planned today. As we go through this session, we want to hear from you guys early and often. So inside of our streaming app, you'll have the opportunity to chat with the team that we have. And so as you look at on the right-hand side, you can participate in the chat. You can also submit questions through that. And we have our lovely team member, Irene, monitoring that. So we really encourage you, submit your questions early and often. This is intended to be a roundtable discussion to really ensure that everyone on today's call really gets the questions that they have answered. And we're going to get through as many of them as possible. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and jump straight in, and we can get into our first section. And with that, Jeff is going to start us off on what we're going to be covering today and what are the high-level key changes that we should look at.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chase. So we are going to start with management responsibility, and by far the topic of food safety culture is the one that certainly gathered the most questions during the comment period that SQF had the draft code open, and food safety culture certainly aroused the greatest curiosity by people in the industry about how do I really that they've had many elements of the food safety culture already built into the code without specifically calling it food safety culture, but it is certainly more clear in what you have to do right now. I do want to take a moment and just kind of point out there's 4 key parts to the food safety culture that companies do have to comply with and make sure that you do have good programs in place to do this. The first one relates to the requirement for companies to be able to set food safety objectives and performance measurements. So in this case, companies are expected to identify specific food safety objectives. With our consulting clients, we normally recommend you'd set a minimum of 5 and up to 10, but determine which ones are most relevant for your organization. And then to be able to set up the performance measurements to see how you're doing on those results, preferably on a monthly basis at least, or no less than quarterly as well. And then certainly integrate those results into the management review processes that you have as well. The second key thing that you have to do for food safety culture is to make sure that you're allocating the proper amount of resources to be able to make sure that you have everything that you need in place for your food safety and quality system. And by resources, that includes personnel from a staffing requirement standpoint, It also includes capital expenditures for any areas where you might need to make some investments to upgrade your food safety and quality systems as well. And then third is obviously allowing training time for your employees and having time to communicate with those employees and keep them up to speed on all their requirements as well. The third thing, and what I really like about this, is it encourages more involvement by all the employees throughout the organization as well. Specifically within the code, it calls out requirements to be able to inform the employees of their responsibility related to food safety, and even go a step further to actually hold employees accountable for those responsibilities as well. And that's the company's responsibility. But then it also, on the employee side, talks about employees are actually encouraged and required to be able to report food safety issues that they may have concerns about. And then last, it actually does use the term empowered, that employees have to be empowered to be able to take action when food safety concerns arise. And then the last piece that you really have to make sure that you address for food safety culture is the communications process. And that's really a two-way street. So that's an area to where you have to have communications that you share with your employees in terms of defining what your expectations are in the policy statement and in the training programs that you provide to the employees. But then the other side of that is to get feedback back from your employees as well, to talk about how you can improve your systems and get their involvement as well. So, food safety culture is the biggest part of the new code, and I'm really excited that it's included. I think it's going to help all companies evolve in this area of food safety as well.
Well, that's such great context, Jeff. Really, thank you for that. Right out of the gate, we have our first couple of questions. So, Jorge, why don't we send this one your way? The group would like to know what is the driving force behind the SQF code update? The questions are coming in feverishly, so we're going to try to get to as many of these as we can. So, that mystery topic that we hear a lot about these days is food safety culture, right? I mean, it's been coming for a while. And so the next question is there any insights on how auditors will audit employee knowledge as it relates to food safety culture? I know this one's a tough one because there's some gray area here, but any context or thoughts you might share on ways that employee knowledge of food safety culture will be audited against, and any recommendations on kind of documentations or communications that might assist in that?
Yeah, that is a great question as well, Chase. And certainly the way the code's written, it leaves things a little bit ambiguous. And when you do that, then it leads a lot of things subject to the interpretation of the auditors as well. So I think you'll see different auditors taking different approaches in this area. The code doesn't actually require you to have a written food safety culture program, surprisingly enough. So therefore, an auditor doesn't have a program to read and then go out and verify compliance with that program. But it does include all the elements of the things that we just talked about. To answer the question specifically, what I think most auditors would do, and what I would do as an SQF auditor, is to go out and interview the employees to find out how much are they aware of the food safety culture of the company itself. You have to remember, every company has a culture. It just depends upon how evolved it is as well. If you have a good culture in a company itself, that company will have taken time to communicate and train their employees to be able to share what the company's values and missions are, along with their beliefs. and all of the information related to their food safety culture program. So, while the employee may not say our food safety culture is this, what they should be able to say is that, yes, our company has talked to us about what's important from a food safety perspective. I know how I have to do my job to make sure that I'm producing safe quality products as well. And then the expectation of the auditor is that the employee, number one, understands that they know how that part of the process works. And number two, that the employee really feels open about being able to share suggestions to the companies for improvements as well. And what an auditor is really looking for is to make sure that the employees don't feel oppressed in any way itself. And if they do have an idea, that they're certainly open and can suggest it to management as well. And last, that they've got the opportunity that if they see a problem, they can stop that process and take action, or at least initiate the action to notify QA and supervision. So I think that's what the auditors will be looking for, primarily in the interviews that they do with the employees.
Oh, that's such great feedback. So our next question actually relates to the very next block of what's coming. So we have a question that's specifically related to 2.4.4.2. So with that, let's pause real quick on that question, because I think Jorge is going to give us a little bit of some insight and context on what we can expect around internal laboratories, as well as product identification. So Jorge, let's turn it over to you real quick, and then we'll jump to that specific question.
Yeah, thank you, Chase. Okay, so as far as Section 244 is concerned with the internal laboratory requirements, I think the biggest change that you're going to see is the procedures and the methodologies that will have to be implemented at the internal labs. I think that one thing that has to be clear, though, is that the internal laboratory is two things that we need to consider. One is an internal laboratory, and then the other thing is an external lab. For those sites that are using an internal laboratory to complete their testing, it doesn't mean that they have to be accredited according to ISO 17025. It just means that you have to operate according to the procedures, the methodologies, recognized methods, accredited methods to perform the testing, but it doesn't mean that you have to be accredited. However, if you are using an external lab, that external laboratory, if that lab is conducting food safety related testing, that lab will have to be accredited according to 17025. All right. So that's the key about 244 when it comes down to internal and external laboratories. When it comes down to product identification under 261, key obviously is production startup inspections, pre-op inspections. The key here will be for product changeover and label reconciliation. I think the key here, though, is to make sure that you don't overthink this when it comes down to label reconciliation, meaning that it's not like you will have to count and account. If you get 1,000 labels out of an initial run and you use 500, that you will have to account specifically for that 500 labels. I think the overall intent of this clause is to make sure that you remove packaging from a previous run, and then you only have packaging for the product that you're going to be packaging. And I think this is primarily driven by the fact that if we take into account that allergens is the number one reason, undeclared allergens is the number one reason for recalls in the US, Australia, and Canada, it is no surprise that FDA, SQF specifically now, is requiring to pay closer attention to labels to try to minimize the human error of having the wrong label on the wrong product.
Got it. That's such great context. Well, let's jump back to 2.4.4 real quick, because we have a great kind of detailed question. And so I'm going to pose this. Jorge, we'll stay with you for this one, but Jeff, I'd appreciate your context here as well. So in this very specific example, so forgive me as I'm digging in here. So my employees do pH and water activity testing using a pH meter and a water activity meter. How would they meet 2.4.4 when it comes to proficiency testing? The equipment does the analysis. The employees just collect, prepare the samples, and use the equipment to get the results. So that one's really specific, but that's exactly what this concept is for, right? We want to get into the weeds a little bit here. So I know I said, Jorge, let's start with you, but Jeff, you kind of look like you're chomping at the bit for this one. So.
This whole concept of proficiency testing is becoming more and more important for SQF compliance, and auditors are certainly paying more attention to it as well. And it also ties into one of the training requirements that we'll be talking about a little bit later, because proficiency testing has actually been moved into the training section of the SQF code. But a couple things that you really need to take into consideration then is, one is, you should have documented procedures that talk about how do you perform the pH test, or how do you perform the water activity test itself. And then obviously the individuals who are performing those procedures need to be trained, and that training needs to be documented to show they know specifically how to conduct those test methods as well. As far as the proficiency assessment, what you would do as an auditor, as I would want to see documentation that they have had the training that we just talked about, but then I'd also want to observe the employee to make sure they're following the methodology that's defined in the training itself. Even though the pH and the water activity meters actually generating the result for you, those results could be altered depending upon the method that the employee uses to gather the sample. You want to make sure that you're getting the right size sample. Like in some cases, you might need a 25 milligram sample of that to be able to test, but you want to make sure that you're getting the right size sample and that you're actually using the equipment the way that it's supposed to be to generate an accurate result. And then obviously the calibration of the equipment itself plays into that as well. But I think the proficiency testing just goes back to make sure that employees are trained in the right sampling and testing methodology, and then the auditor's going to observe that to make sure they're following the procedures the way that it's written as well. And Jorge, feel free to add on.
I was about to say, Jorge, do you have anything else to add? Otherwise, if not, I have another question for you. So
I do. Actually, what I would just add to what Jeff said, which is great, obviously great insight in terms of the testing. But what I would add is specifically to the pH testing and the water activity, there's a number of things that you could actually verify during the proficiency testing. It could be the preparation steps. I mean, are they rinsing the probe properly before they go from sample to sample? Are they using the right buffers? I think the whole intent of a proficiency testing is to also evaluate whether or not the employee is, like Jeff said, is properly trained, but is actually following the steps necessary to complete a pH test. There are so many things that can go wrong as part of a human error during taking a pH. And I say this, for example, for primary experience. When I was working at a lab, there was a huge error that we made sampling a pH of a jelly, that we ended up removing some citric acid that ended up creating about 20 pallets of unset. The jelly was not set properly because the pH was not low enough. So a simple proficiency testing would have really helped us to make sure that, first of all, the unit itself was working as intended, and it was not an equipment error or a human error in this case. So proficiency testing, in as simple as what we would consider as simple as a pH test, I think it can go a long way to to prevent food safety issues. And the water activity primarily will be an equipment issue, but also could be a preparation step to make sure the employees are following the steps, like Jeff said, on collecting the sample, the right sample size, to make sure you get the expected results.
Yeah, Chase, just one last comment I'd like
absolutely.
to add on that as well. Is just, as an auditor, one of the things I like to see also as part of this proficiency testing is to actually have a comparison test done by a different individual. So if you have a new employee that's performing these responsibilities and they're doing these testing, oftentimes it's a great idea to have the new employee do the test, check the results that they've got, and then have a more experienced employee do the exact same test and make sure that they get the same results as well. And you can do that internally within a company, or if you wanted to do a certain test and then send that out to a third-party lab to get another result for comparison as well. But I think that type of testing goes a long way to be able to show proficiency in the organization and in individuals as well.
Oh, it's such great context. So I got an add-on question just from my personal experience and perspective, and just some of the conversations, Jorge, you and Jeff and I have had in the past. When new codes come out, right, there's always a sense of self-reporting concerns, right? Like if you're going to catch these things and you're kind of self-maintaining or internal auditing or self-reporting versus this, I don't want to say sweep it under the rug kind of thing, but it's like, well, once I know about it, I got to write myself up. I got to do all these things. Can you talk a little bit about the significance and the importance of kind of catching it internally and showing corrective action and showing what you're doing, how you're being proactive, and how much more valuable and that can be than waiting to get caught by an auditor or waiting for, not passing an audit, and how that may or may not be viewed, right? I know we've had lots of conversations around the importance of, if you can show being proactive, even if you do run into an issue, but you have a track record of being really proactive with these new changes versus reactionary. And can you talk a little bit, because you both have been in the consultant side and the auditing side, talk to us a little bit about what that means to you as you're evaluating and jumping in, and let's talk about that a little bit, throwing a curveball. So Jeff, let's start with you, and then Jorge, I'd love your perspective as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Chase. And that's a good thing to point out. And it's always something that can be a real concern at some facilities as well. You have to think about two things. I mean, one is the fact that we all work in a manufacturing process. And as we all know, when you're manufacturing products, things do go wrong. They're expected to go wrong. And that's why we have corrective action and preventative action type processes in place to be able to help fix that, document it, learn from it, and try to keep it from happening again. So this is just a natural part of an overall food safety quality system to have that type of CAPA process in place. The second key point that I want to make is the fact that you need to demonstrate integrity in your results, that you never want to do something that's going to all of a sudden cause a question, an auditor to question, am I really looking at accurate information here, or could they have lied about something, or, falsified a document in this case? And I'll tell you, as an auditor, if you break that level of trust with me or any other auditors during an audit, you will never get it back. And it's not going to have, obviously, a good impact on your audit results as well. I can tell you, I was doing a consulting project one time, and I was doing an audit of a particular critical control point in a plant. And the temperature had to be less than or equal to 44.6 degrees, in this case, of a product temperature that they were taking. And I was observing the employee, looked at the thermometer, and it clearly said 46 degrees. I didn't say anything then. He went over and wrote down the information on the clipboard, and he wrote down 44.6 degrees. And I stopped him then, and I said, that's not what we observed together on the thermometer. And why did you write down 44.6? And his honest response to me was, I get in trouble if I write down what it really is. But I'm telling you, you get in a lot more trouble by falsifying records. And that can be both from an audit's perspective, certainly from a regulatory perspective as well. So, you want to make sure that you maintain a high level of integrity. And CAPA processes are there to fix problems. There's nothing wrong with writing up a problem as long as you show that you fixed it as well. So we do encourage companies to, certainly be transparent in your operations and use that to your advantage.
Jorge, anything you would add to that? If not,
I think I would just add a couple of things. The first thing, the whole intent of an internal audit is to demonstrate that your systems are working. And I always like to call it that completing an internal audit is kind of like checking the pulse of your system. Is your system working? Is it alive? And if it's not alive, or if it's kind of like in between, how do we bring it back up? I think the whole intent also of an internal audit is to find the deficiencies before an external or a customer audit finds it. Now, there is a huge difference between an internal audit, that an issue that was found during an internal audit that has already been it's in the process of being corrected, versus an issue being found by the external auditor, where now it may become a nonconformity. If the same issue that the auditor is pointing out has already been identified during an internal audit, and the site can demonstrate that corrective action is underway, and then chances are that issue that the auditor is pointing out, if the site demonstrates that there is corrective action underway, the chances are that issue may not be raised as a nonconformity, as long as the site once again demonstrates that they have done the due diligence to fix that problem. So it can have a huge impact of you finding it, you correcting it before, and then the auditor finds it, and there's nothing to correct that issue if the auditor finds it externally.
Feedback. Thank you so much for my brief tangent there. Jorge, let's stay with you because we've got one question that ties to the product identification that we just talked through, and the question comes across is, does the label reconciliation apply to in-house labels?
Could be in-house labels. I mean, I have seen sites that print their own labels. I was just at a facility this week. They print their own packaging. They buy the packaging, but they print all the regulatory requirements onto the label. So an in-house label can very well have regulatory requirements, whether it's net weight, whether it's ingredient content. So it's gonna depend on the extent of the information on that in-house label. But if it's got any information related to regulatory compliance, definitely will have to be part of that reconciliation process, and definitely an external label, most likely, whether it's a printed packaging or a printed label, and if it has, once again, the regulatory content on that label, I think that's the whole intent of making sure that you have the right label on the right package.
All right, well, keeping this party moving. Jeff, let's jump to you and talk a little bit around changings coming around training, as you referenced before, as well as kind of ventilation. So let's kind of jump into the next round of changes.
Okay, sounds good. Under the training requirements, this is where the actual proficiency testing and sampling has been moved from other areas of the code under training. So most of what was in training there previously is still there. So you certainly need to do everything that training required under edition 8.1 as well. But now the proficiency testing of those individuals that are doing any type of testing, and the code specifically says on raw materials, work in process, and finished products. So that type of testing would be done. Also, environmental monitoring program testing. So for those individuals that are going out and taking swabs for your environmental monitoring program, and it also specifically calls out allergen management. So if you're doing the testing for any type of allergen protein swabs and all. So the training required for those individuals are now addressed under the training element of the SQF code. So you do have to show that you have documented training for those individuals to understand how to perform that sampling and testing, and then make sure that that's documented well. And then you should expect auditors to be able to verify that in your plan also. So that's the main change in the area of training.
Excellent.
If you want me to jump into ventilation, or you want?
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Let's get that one in, and then we've got some questions, but we'll wait until we get through this little next section.
Okay, no problem. So the primary change related to ventilation in the chain, in the code itself, talks about where applicable, positive air pressure needs to be used. And I'll tell you, the other GFSI standards have always been far more prescriptive in this area than SQF has, BRC in particular, but other standards as well. But the concern here is primarily for those companies that are making ready-to-eat products that are going to fall into a high-risk category, obviously. And the concept is, if you have a packaging department where ready-to-eat products are actually exposed to the environment prior to the packaging, the concern is to make sure that you don't have a potential cross-contamination that occurs by drawing air in from raw product areas or other areas of your plant. So if you think about it from a positive air pressure standpoint, what I do as an auditor to be able to test that, and this is a real simple test, but I'll go to the door of a packaging department, I'll hold up a piece of paper, and what I want to make sure is that the airflow is pushing the paper out of the packaging department into the other areas of the plant. And that's what shows me you've got positive air pressure in place. If that paper is being drawn into the packaging department, then you have a problem. So that would increase the risk of air coming in from other areas of the plant, and then therefore that cross-contamination becoming a real concern as well. So this is called out definitely more specifically in SQF Code Edition 9. So I would be expecting your auditors to pay more attention to it. Most companies should have this well under control, but we've certainly worked with companies where this has been a real challenge and has actually required a very large capital expenditure to be able to create that positive pressure system in high-risk areas of the plant. So that's the key concern around that. The other part, of course, is you just have to prevent condensation with proper ventilation, just like has always been addressed in the code.
Excellent. Well, we got a question specifically around HACCP training. So so let's stay with you, Jeff, real quick. Can SQF's required HACCP training be conducted online for a substitute practitioner? So good question.
Yep. Yes, it is. And the answer to that is yes, right, as far as the short answer. And this also brings up another thing that we haven't talked about real quickly, but in the management responsibility section of the code, a new requirement as well under 211 is you do have to designate a backup practitioner now. So you have to have a primary and you have to have a backup, at least one. We certainly recommend companies have a PCR, a practitioner that would be in place for each of the shift of production as well. So if you need to make changes, you've got people qualified and available to do that. And then those backup practitioners really need to have the same training and credentials and authority as the primary practitioner as well. But to answer your question, one of the key things is SQF did finally remove where they had specifically called out a 16-hour HACCP course that had to be taken, and that was taken out of the definition. If you look at the definition of HACCP training in the glossary of the code, that has been removed from that area of the code. So what you do have to do is have a HACCP training that's taken by a recognized course. Like the HACCP training that we offer is certainly accredited by the International HACCP Alliance. Individuals that take that get a HACCP Alliance seal that's on their certificates as well. So as long as it's a national and recognized course, then it can certainly be done online or through instructor-led training. And unfortunately, as we all know, over the course of the last year or more now, more and more training is being conducted online. And the code does allow more remote activities now as well.
Such great context. And selfishly, as one of the people behind that HACCP course, I will shamelessly plug that we have a wonderful HACCP basic and advanced course developed by these two subject matter experts that you're seeing here, that is available on the Academy platform and does carry that official HACCP credential that you referenced. So that and the good news is it's it's closer to 8-hour seat time as opposed to 16 and provides that equivalency. So just another resource, and anyone on today's presentation, if you're interested in it, feel free to reach out, and we're happy to provide a discount for you for participating in today's session if you have interest. So just a little added benefit for joining us in today's session. Jorge, let's pull you into the action on this one. We got our next question, and it's what constitutes a high-risk operation for air testing? So, and Jeff, feel free to jump in here as well, but Jorge, you have some perspective on what might constitute high risk?
Yeah, absolutely, Chase. But I think before I answer that question, I'm going to go back to the training part that Jeff just spoke to. I think it's important, I think, for the participants or for all the attendees today to know is that SQF actually recognizes the PCQI course in lieu of the HACCP course. I think that was a big question that came up last year during one of our audits, and certainly SQF released a statement that they said, well, they will accept a PCQI course in lieu of a HACCP course. But like Jeff said, as long as the HACCP course is recognized by the International HACCP Alliance, which our course is, they will certainly comply with the requirements for training. The other thing I would mention just real briefly about training is temporary employees. You know, that the temporary employees, and I know more and more facilities are using them. So just want to make sure that you have a defined program of who's going to train and those temporary employees, and not only who's going to train them, who's going to be responsible for training them, but where are you placing those temporary employees? Hopefully you're not placing them in high-risk operations or in activities that will have a huge impact in food safety. As far as what constitutes a high risk, and I think Jeff kind of spoke a little bit about that. If it's a ready-to-eat product, if a product has undergone a thermal process that will a kill step, that it's either reducing achieving a 5 log reduction for bacterial load. But it also is going to have an impact in terms of what are the finished product characteristics, the pH, the water activity of that finished product. Anything below a 4.5 on the pH or 0.85 on the water activity will certainly minimize the impact of having classified that products at high risk. And so that's typically what it is. And Jeff mentioned, if the product is exposed to the environment post-lethality and prior to packaging, certainly that area will have to be monitored for environmental positive air pressure, but also the environmental monitoring program, or even the quality of that air. And so I think that's the key. That's what I would have to say about a high risk. Jeff?
Yeah, you're right on track and spot on, Jorge, as well. The only thing that I would add to that is that there's not an expectation to do pathogen testing of ambient air. In fact, we certainly would not do pathogen testing of ambient air to meet that requirement of the SQF code. So when we're talking about doing air testing in a high-risk area itself, then certainly as a recommendation for best practice, you would want to limit that type of testing to aerobic plate counts and yeast and mold from that perspective, and not do any ambient air testing for specific pathogens of concern, which could open up a whole nother can of worms for you.
Oh, that's great context. Jeff, let's stick with you here real quick. We got another question that's specifically about recall plans. Does a recall plan need a time allotment and percent recovered to be compliant? For example, 99% recovered in 3 hours or less. Can you give us some context around recall plans?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. So, that's definitely a good thing to incorporate in your recall plan. And I would definitely set some goals as to what you want to do in terms of the recovery time and how long that trace takes for you as well. The SQF code does require you to have a recall plan, obviously, along with the crisis management plan as part of that process too. It doesn't call out a specific standard that you have to meet. So, there's nothing in the SQF code that says you have to be at 99% within 3 hours. So I would encourage you to do your own research and, based on the complexity of your own operations and how accessible that information is to be able to set up your own standards for that and to be able to justify why you chose those standards, and then look at what the industry best practices are too. I've seen many companies have set up goals around, a 98% recovery within 4 hours, which could be considered to be an industry standard as well. And then the last thing I will share is there are some specific customer audit requirements of certain retail customers, and they do specify some numbers. So you may be able to benchmark against that as to why you chose the standard that you did as well. But within the SQF code, it doesn't specifically state that you have to have, a certain percent recovery in a certain amount of time, but you need to define what's appropriate for your operation.
That's excellent context. Jorge, before we jump to our next section, I just want to give you an opportunity if there's anything you'd like to add. Saw that smile with that question. So any additional context from your end?
Yeah, well, I was just agreeing with what Jeff said. The only thing I would add in terms of the recall, the actual percentage, I think what's going to have a huge impact, and the percentage of recovery, it's going to depend whether it's a bag ingredient or a bulk ingredient, especially when you're dealing with bulk grains or bulk liquids, in how they mix, commingle. By the time you mix them into a same silo, typically what you see in the industry is above 100% on that, because they have to go above and beyond the 100% to make sure they recover 100% of the product in question, because of how those bulk ingredients commingle in a silo. And so just that would be my comment, that they will have to take into account for recall percentages recovery.
So I'm going to take us down a little tangent based on this discussion thread. So for some of our folks out there that might not already be SQF certified, right? And maybe it's an area that they're a smaller organization. I know that you and I have talked about that, and you work with, both of you work with organizations of variety of all sizes, right? So someone who might be looking at an SQF scheme for the first time, but they're growing their business and it's a certain requirement for a customer that they might be pursuing. Or, you know, Jeff, you referenced that some of the retailers or some of your customers might have slightly different standards. Jeff, can you give perspective and some ideas for those looking to go take this step for the first time and grow their business into this? You know, it could be very daunting to think about, you mean I have an SQF audit, and then I've got another customer audit, and then I've got another this, and I've got another that. But I know this wasn't in our original plan, but can you talk a little bit around some best practices around a food safety program that operates as a single program, regardless of kind of all the various schemes, right? You know, the one program should be able to accommodate all of that, but I know that can be very overwhelming and daunting at times for someone looking to step into it for the first time. But can we talk a little bit about some strategies and approaches that you guys have seen effective in kind of crawl, walk, run as it relates to all of this?
Yeah, sure, Chase. And that's always a challenge. I'm often quite surprised, even though SQF and all of the GFSI schemes have been around for, a long time now, going on 15 years at this point in time. It's interesting to me always when we teach the preventive control qualified individual courses that we do, we have all the participants fill out a pre-survey to that course itself. And one of the questions is, are they certified to a GFSI standard? And if so, which one? And we use that information to help customize our discussions and tailor those conversations around helping them make sure they're meeting those standards also. But I'm always surprised that there's still, a significant percentage that's not certified to a GFSI standard. That typically usually falls in the range of 50 to 55% of companies are. But as many as that, 45% or more are not, or either they're in the process of becoming GFSI certified. So this is still a big challenge for many companies in the industry itself. The other thing that we've gotten some requests for is, could you write us one food safety and quality management system that would comply with all the GFSI schemes, whether it's SQF or BRC or FSSC or 22000 or any others, based on just the GFSI benchmarking requirements itself. And that is a possibility as well, but that also makes it, much more challenging to be able to make sure that you incorporate all of those requirements. So we don't recommend, normally trying to do that as well. But to really answer your question, you need to have the essential elements of a food safety and quality system, whether you're certified under SQF or any other schemes or not. And that certainly starts with the prerequisite programs is the beginning for that, making sure that you have solid programs for sanitation and maintenance and calibration and all those different key prerequisite programs, including employee hygiene and all. And then from there, you build on your food safety system. So that's where you typically add in a HACCP plan or a food safety plan. So you have that as the next level. And then you build the quality systems on top of that about how do you make sure that you include or make your products to specific consistent quality standards as well. So there's a way to kind of build through that over time, even if you weren't seeking GFSI certification. So I don't know if that answers you quite enough.
That was a doozy, right? I know that I took us down a rabbit hole. Quick, Jorge, I'd like to give you an opportunity if there's anything you'd like to add. If not, I know we've got a couple more sections to get through and we can jump to it, but anything you would like to add to that?
I always have something to add. It's funny that you bring up this topic right now, and exactly what Jeff just mentioned. The customer, the consultant client that I had the opportunity to work with this week, they're looking for it's a completely different GFSI standard, but nonetheless, it's a GFSI standard. So they're looking for an FSSC 22000 certification. And after me completing the gap assessment, they asked me, okay, so how do we move forward? And the way I laid it out for them is exactly what Jeff said. I said, look, we got to start with the foundation. We got to start with the PRPs. And not only documenting the PRPs, but we got to implement them, and we got to make sure that they're effective. Once we have those PRPs established, then we can build on top of that with our HACCP plan. Once we have our HACCP completely implemented, supported by the PRPs, then we can work on the rest of the system, the food safety management and the quality aspects. But I think that should be the approach. And then really on what stage or what phase of the process you're going to implement is going to depend on, especially for those that are looking for initial certification, is going to depend the extent of the programs that are already implemented. Oftentimes we find facilities that have absolutely nothing, and then all of a sudden they say, I need a GFSI certificate, and they don't even have a GMP policy in place. So I think, like Jeff said, even if GFSI is not required for you, but now FDA under FSMA requires that all sites at a minimum comply and implement the GMP part, the subpart B of the 21 CFR 117, which at a minimum, everybody will have to be in compliance with the GMP and the PRP's portion. So that should be an incentive on its own to be in compliance with the FDA regulation, even if the site is not considering an SQF certificate.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well,
Teresa, if I can add one other comment to that real quick. Just,
of course.
If companies are in that situation as well, what you want to do is essentially create a roadmap of how you get from point A to point B. And that doesn't happen overnight, as Jorge just talked about as well. I can tell you that when we work with brand new companies seeking GFSI certifications, in the best cases, we would like to be able to spread that process out over a 6 to 9 month period of time. And through that process, we go through individual stages from gap analysis to program development to internal audit, and then ultimately to the certification audits themselves. And if you take it that amount of time to do it, it really helps you do it right and make sure that each phase works properly. So, you want to start this sooner rather than later and identify what your goal is over the course of a 6 or 12 month period, and then make sure you hit certain milestones over that period of time to be able to do that, to keep it manageable for your organization and the individuals that are involved as well. We did have a challenge once to had a company that honestly, had been in family business, in business for over 50 years, that we got a call one day and said that if I'm not SQF certified 30 days from now, our company shuts down, because 98% of their business was private label to a major retailer, and they just drew that line in the sand. And that's the fastest we've ever gone through that process and just essentially camped out there. But overall, think about what your goals are and what the roadmap is over a period of time to be able to accomplish that is most helpful.
Oh, it's such great, valuable information. Really appreciate the context. And that was totally unprepared. I threw us down a tangent, so nicely done on both of you. So with that, back to our regularly scheduled program, if you will. Jorge, let's go to you and let's jump into some of the changes as it relates to water supply and revisit the high-risk processes that we touched on briefly earlier.
Yeah, sure. And so as far as the water supply is concerned, we're looking at really in terms of where the water is coming from, we just have to make sure that it's a portable source. The other thing, though, what is new is a contingency plan. If in case that you have no water, which I think we all in Texas had to deal with that, right? What is our contingency plan when there is no water? Well, I tell you what my contingency plan is go collect some snow and melt it to be able to at least have some basic, water. But as far as concerned from the facility, I think it's a real life situation. I'm going to bring up against the site that I worked with this week, to where they have grown exponentially, and their water coming in from the city is not enough for them to batch all the products they need. I guess the incoming line, which is 1.5 inches, is not big enough to give them enough amount of water they need. So what they do is they bring a tanker, I think 2 or 3 times from a nearby spring. But then the question is, okay, how do we make sure that water that we're bringing in from an external source, not supplied by the city, complies with the EPA's drinking water requirements, whether it's heavy metals, whether it's radiological components, or whether it's basic micro. We would just have to make sure that if that's a situation for me where you don't have enough water coming from the city, and you get an external source, we'll just have to make sure that the water is safe. And I think the same can be said for people that are on well water. There was a situation in a nearby town where a lot of the houses are on well water, but then there was a huge problem where the well water had been contaminated. So if that's the case, then what are you going to do? Where is the water going to come from? And so I think having a contingency plan to make sure that the water is potable, depending on what the end use of that water is, it's key. So that is as far as the water supply, and I'm sure probably Jeff has something to say. As far as the high risk process is concerned, we described what a high risk operation, and we kind of describe a little bit of what are the type of products that will fall under that category. Now, if you have a high risk process area, then you will have to monitor the ambient, the quality of that air in that high risk area to make sure that it does not pose a food safety risk. Now, like Jeff said earlier, we do not recommend that you test that ambient air for pathogens, but certainly the whole intent of this requirement, I think, is to make sure that you look for indicator organisms within that environment that may be an indicator for bigger issues. So really what you're looking for is like signs, warning signs that what's going on is it the quality of the air. Perhaps we're leaving windows open. Perhaps we don't have enough adequate quality of air being inputted into the site, especially if it's a positive air pressure. Are the filters being replaced properly at the right frequency, or do we have the right filter on the positive air pressure system? So once again, that's really the whole intent of those two when it comes down to water and the high risk process for the monitoring of the ambient air in a high risk area.
Typically not, and I'll let Jorge, jump in here if you want to add some content there as well. I do know many companies, as best practice, will still like autoclave all of those plates, even if it's for APC, just from a risk standpoint. That's gives you an added level of security itself. But if you're just testing for aerobic plate count, then I wouldn't think that would qualify as hazardous waste from the laboratory. But Jorge, feel free to jump in there if you have a different opinion. Okay, that's all right.
Well, because I tell you what, I think when you read the standard, and I'm looking at EPA or FDA for laboratory waste, I worked at a micro lab coming out of college, and I remember that even anything that had a read, anything that had growth, whether it was APC, yeast and mold, like you said, had to be autoclaved, because any lab waste, in this case, Petrifilm or Petriplate back in the day, had to be considered a biohazard. And so we had to autoclave it before we discard it. And I recently had a deep conversation with the lab during an SQF audit, as a matter of fact, that was not autoclaving their lab waste. They were just basically throwing it into the trash can, the general trash can, without autoclaving it or without treating it, inactivating the live bacteria. So I think that all lab waste that has growth in it is considered biohazard. Therefore, it will have to be autoclaved or treated, either inactivate the live organisms with alcohol, which I think it's the only two methods that the EPA recognizes for lab waste disposal: autoclave or spraying it with alcohol to kill that bacteria before you throw it into that general trash cans.
Yeah, well, that's why we're stronger as a team, and why you're the director of technical services. So no problem.
Yeah, thanks.
And so
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point, Chase. And we are stronger as a team than any of us are individually as well. Certainly that's why we recommend that companies have, good food safety teams internally with representatives on all their different departments. So everybody can have input to the process as well, which is good and bad. I mean, it's good because you're going to take more things into consideration. It's bad sometimes because it can create conflict through that process. And obviously different people have different opinions on things. But, when questions like that come up, then you need to go look at what resources are available to you to help you get those answers. So, if you can't resolve that internally, then, I'd certainly go back to SQF and, beyond the actual code itself, they also publish guidance documents or a compliance guide document. So I'd go take a look at that and see if there's any deeper dive explanation in the code itself or in the compliance guidance document. And then if nothing is there, then I'd go into other kind of best practice industry association documents, whether it's from a trade association or other areas. So I'd just start seeking outside expertise with the right subject matter experts to help me come to the right conclusion, to be able to show why I made the decision I did. And here's the thought process, and hopefully have some type of supporting documentation to be able to back that up was the way that I would approach it. And Jorge's got his hand up.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to add, okay, so how I would argue that, I mean, that is not about argument, but I think it's about, making sure that you have done your due diligence. I think what I would have done, I expect the lab to do or the site to do is read the disposal requirements on that label, whether it's the Petri film or the Petri plate. It will tell you exactly how you will have to dispose them. Normally on a biohazard, or in this case, the film or the plate, it will tell you it must be disposed according to local regulations. I think it's kind of like paraphrasing, kind of something along that line. So then, all right, so if we don't know what the local regulation says, well, and that's what the label for that product says, then we will have to make sure that we know what the regulation says. And then, because I have done enough of these conversations, I can tell you that EPA will tell you a lot of times it's a local state regulation that will dictate how that lab waste has to be disposed. So I think it's all about knowing what our product, I always said the label is the law when it comes down to any product, chemical product. In this case, a Petri film, the disposal of it, it will be clearly stated on the label. So I would encourage the sites to really be familiar with what the label says. On the other hand, as far as the guidance is concerned, I would just strongly recommend all the sites that make sure that the auditor is not auditing against the guidance. They're auditing against the standard and not the guidance. Okay, the guidance is that. It's just the guide in telling you how you can comply, but it's not a shall. I mean, just because the standard tells you how you should do something, it doesn't mean that you have to follow verbatim what the guidance document says.
Oh, it's such great context. Well, we are quickly approaching the end of our session today, so I want to make sure, Jeff, that we can come to you and talk about a couple of the primary takeaways from your perspective and highlight a couple of the best practice and resources that are available. So with 2 minutes left, let's jump to that and make sure we can point our folks to a couple of great resources.
Okay, yeah, and I'll be happy to do that, Chase. I do want to make one quick comment about something that we had on our agenda as well, and that is the contract manufacturers clause of the code, and just be certain not to overlook the new requirement to be able to consider third-party storage and distribution companies as a contract manufacturer, because the scope of that's increased substantially. And you do have to do a risk assessment based on whether low or high risk. And then based on those classifications, they're going to have to either have an audit or they're going to have to at least meet like GFSI equivalency standards as well. So don't overlook that part of the SQF code as well. Just final comments in terms of some of the takeaways. Number one is don't wait. May is just around the corner now, so we're only 2 months away before implementation of SQF Edition 9. So we've seen lots of companies historically say, well, I'm going to wait until 30 days before my next audit cycle, and then I'll get prepared then. That's never a good idea. So go ahead and take action now and to bring yourself into compliance. Secondly, don't feel like you're in this alone, because you're not. There's a lot of great people and a lot of great resources that are available to you to be able to help you through this process. That there's great information on the SQFI website itself with the information that they've made available, and also on their YouTube channel that gives mini series on several of these topics as well that you can look at also. And certainly there's been a lot of webinars that we've done at Alchemy and other companies have done related to SQF Edition 9. So I'd go out and get as much information as you possibly can as well. And then last, use those tools and resources. Go out and use the information that's available to you. And if you need help, then it's certainly fine to reach out to individuals to be able to help you. Certainly that's what our team at Alchemy Consulting does, but there's lots of other great resources that are available for companies as well. So if you just don't have time to do it internally, then that's certainly a good reason to reach out. Or if you don't have the expertise or not sure about certain areas. So make sure you feel like you're not in this alone, and do reach out to other individuals for help as needed, and use all the resources that are available to you.
It's such a great recap. Well, again, I want to thank both Jeff and Jorge for joining us today and providing such great guidance and really practical expertise based on years of experience. So really thank you for all your insights. And then to everybody who joined today's session, I know it bounced around date-wise a little bit with all the craziness these days. So we really appreciate you sticking with us and joining us today. I would say continue to send your questions. We'll follow up and answer as many as we can offline. And then as we wrap this, we'll send out a couple of those resources as a follow-up email that Jeff referenced. We have some links that we didn't get to touch on today, just with all the great questions. So again, everybody, thank you for joining us. For those that are interested, we are doing another one of these tomorrow, where we'll be covering the top 10 FDA nonconformities, which will be another wonderful session. So for those interested, welcome to join us tomorrow. Again, thanks for joining, and everybody have a good rest of your day. Take care.
Thank you for joining us for today's Academy Live session on SQF Edition 9.